Oh, there, it's working.
I think
Hello?
that's your webcam microphone, though.
Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. Well, they can hear me on something.
Okay.
Does it sound bad or does it sound decent? Like, can you deal with this? We don't know if it's my webcam audio or if it's my mic audio.
We can test. Do this.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. So sorry. Okay, good. I'm glad it sounds okay. Hello. Hi. I feel like I'm catching up on everything right now. My cat is sick and we had this scare and we had to call the vet and Cody's on the phone with the vet. We didn't know if we were gonna have to cancel the stream and take her in, or then I sat down and I was like, okay, I'm gonna just at least get started, and then my audio wasn't working. So it's been an afternoon, but that's okay because I'm here, you can hear me, and we're gonna get crafty, so it'll be better. My cat is acting completely normal. She had like this really weird, I won't even talk about it, it's kind of gross. So that's what the initial scare, we called the vet, and now she's acting completely normal, like nothing ever happened. So I'm assuming she's perfectly fine. She's on some medicine, and I think what happened was just like a weird side effect of the medicine. So thank you for checking in on her. Okay, let's see. Hello, everyone. Ooh, I see so many friends. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, now I feel settled and like we can get started. So today I'm going to be doing mixed media art journaling, and then I'm also hoping to work in my junk journal and do some art journaling in there. So it just kind of depends on what we can get through here. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and move my junk out of the way, grab a drink of water, and we're going to get started. How has your Friday been? I hope it's been, my Friday has been really good up to these past like 15 minutes. So hopefully you have had a great Friday as well. Also, I've been running around the house, so I'm like really hot. And these lights that I'm working under are not helping. Just picking a random page in my art journal. I don't go in order, I just pick random pages. This is this like, I think this is a 9x12. I meant 9x12 as in like one sheet was 9x12, not the whole thing. No, not quite. It's like 11.5 by like 8.25, so a little smaller than 9x12. And it's I believe this is a Dylusions journal, Dylusions art journal. So it's from Ranger, and the paper is cream, which I know bothers a lot of people. I generally add gesso to my pages anyway, and I use white gesso on these, so it ends up white, and I don't really mind. Yay, better now. Good, I'm glad. I am too. It's good to be crafting with friends. And to everyone that this is their first stream, thanks so much for joining. I love when new friends join us. Okay, so sorry for all this crinkling. If you're not new to the stream, then you know about my mic arm issues. They're still going strong, so you know the drill. The audio might be a little loud when I'm dealing with the tools, but one of these days we'll get our mic arm. Hello, hello. I see everyone joining. Okay, so I'm starting out just adding white gesso to my page. On my desk, I have a silicone Fiskars mat. I really like this because you can like put paint or whatever you want on here, and it just wipes right off. So you don't have to worry about it staining or about it getting on your desk or anything. I do wish it was bigger because when I'm working in this art journal, obviously there's not a lot of spare room. When I'm not working on camera, I tend to like scoot it to the side a little bit. Oh, you guys can still see if I do that. That way I have a little bit of working room right here if I need it. So I use Golden, the brand Golden gesso, and I'm using an I cannot talk clearly. I'm using a silicone paintbrush. This is from Prima because, to be completely honest, I am so lazy when it comes to cleaning paintbrushes that I'd rather just use this silicone one because I can wipe it off with a baby wipe. I initially got this silicone paintbrush because when I use my matte gel medium, sorry, in one of my ears I'm hearing Cody on the phone with the vet and I'm distracted because, you know, multitasking can be hard sometimes. I initially bought this silicone brush because the matte gel medium kind of sort of like destroys your paintbrush. It like makes it all gunky and gross. And so I thought if I could use a silicone one, then it wouldn't get all gunky and gross. But then I started using it and I really loved that I didn't have to clean it with anything other than a baby wipe, and I started just using it for everything. So that's that. I'm doing a really thin coat, and you'll notice it's like extremely messy because it doesn't really matter. If you're not a mixed media person, what gesso does is it basically creates like a barrier between the wet mediums that I add to this page, so like paint, mist, whatever I decide to add on here, inks, and the page itself. That way, if your page is porous, it won't soak up all of the liquid, making it super like heavy and soggy. But also, if you're working with like say a paint or something, you have a little bit more time before it dries if you're working on a gessoed surface. So gesso comes in white, clear, black, and then you can always mix acrylic paint with it if you wanted a colored gesso. So that's what I'm doing right now. Did I already ask, what are you guys working on today or tonight? I know it's different time zones where everyone is. My hand is cramping. Oh man. My silhouette, I'm actually selling my silhouette because I just cannot stand using it. Sorry to be like a negative Nancy over here. I wish you all the luck with that endeavor. The whole print and cut thing, it's just too much for me. I have very little patience, honestly. You guys can probably tell by like how I call it laziness, but it's really just like I feel like I have better things to do. So like, why would I waste time cleaning a paintbrush when I could be crafting during that time? So I'm always trying to find ways to like take shortcuts basically, and my silhouette was not allowing for that. It just had like issue after issue after issue, and the software was like really old looking, and I don't know. So now I'm a fussy cutter. Fussy cut all the things instead of using my cutting machine. I do miss it occasionally though, for certain projects. Digital project life. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Oh, you're close to being on track. You're in February and March. I think I am also, I'm not doing digital, but just in my weekly pocket pages, I think I'm also in February and or March. I kind of skipped around a little bit because there were weeks that I really wanted to document. So stand by, I'm muting for 1 second so Cody can tell me the vet verdict. Okay, I am back. No longer muted. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Lister's got a list and a wellness healthy planner. Ooh, I like those sounds of that. Project Life and Happy Mail. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. That's so funny, Pamela. I'm actually switching from Silhouette to Cricut. That's why I'm selling my Silhouette, so that I can buy a Cricut and use that instead. Because I have played with a Cricut and I loved how easy it was. Even like before I had any Cricut knowledge, I felt like it was so much easier than the Silhouette that I had been using for like quite some time. So that's my plan, is to go over to Cricut, because especially now that you don't need cartridges or anything for the Cricut, it's, I don't know, I just feel like it's the way to go. Ooh, personal 6x8. That's gonna be fun too. Now I am cleaning off this silicone paintbrush. It is harder to clean off right now because I took so long to gesso that page because I was chatting and stuff. Usually it cleans up really easily though. You just kind of like wipe it off. Yes, the Silhouette does have a learning curve, and it was a learning curve that like I got past the learning curve, but I never felt like confident and like it was just an easy program that you could like pop open and use and then just go back to crafting. I felt like it was a whole process. You had to like stop crafting and use your Silhouette, and it could take any number of hours. Yeah, exactly. And I use Illustrator as well. So, okay. Also, I'm just going to warn you right now because I know certain people do not like mess. I'm a very messy mixed media person, and you'll notice that I already have paint on my hands, and that was from earlier today when I was working on my my 100-day project. I'll show you guys again. If you weren't here last stream, I talked about how I'm just doing a quote a day or like a music lyric or something, and I'm kind of just like not coming up with a plan. So they've turned out all different so far. But it's been fun. It's been super easy. This is a B6 size, so it's really easy to just create a page and then get back to work, even if it's just like pen on a paper. And it's Tomoe River paper, so it's so crinkly and wonderful. I love it. Yeah, the Silhouette and I are just not friends. Okay. What was I doing? Gesso dries really fast, luckily, so we are good to go on that. I am going to take off my watch. When I have my rubber band on, I don't take it off because I can easily just scrape like paint or whatever that I get on it off. But I got that nice leather band for my birthday, and knowing me, I would like get paint all over it and it would be painted forever. I don't go into my art journaling, my mixed media, with a plan, so I really just go with the flow, working as I go. I always like to ask, is the brightness and like the saturation of the camera okay? I have 3 different screens up on my computer, and so I have 3 different versions of the stream going, and like some of them are really beautiful and vibrant and clear, and then there's one that's like really washed out and bland, so I never know what you guys are actually seeing. So I'm thinking I'm going to start out with some Distress Oxides. And again, I have no plan, and all of my art journaling pages start out really slow, and then they pick up pace, and then they turn out looking awful. Okay, good. I'm glad it's looking good. They like look so bad that I'm convinced it's gonna need to go in the trash, and then somehow it just like works itself out. So I'm hoping that that's what will happen today. So let's see. I think I'm gonna start with Fossilized Amber. I've been really loving this color recently. Is this what I want to start out with? Yes. And I'm going to, let's see. Okay, Cody's gonna grab me some water so that I can use a real paintbrush. Thank you, sir. Alrighty. And the good thing about art journaling is that when things start looking really terrible, you can just cover it up, because that's what I end up doing most of the time. I'm just using some water to activate these distress oxides, and I'm intentionally using brush strokes that are kind of like messy and all over the place because it'll give the page texture and interest. One of the things I usually really like to do, especially in this journal, and I like to put a piece of washi down the center before I gesso, because the one thing I dislike about this journal is that if you let excess liquid get into this crack, it'll seep through onto other pages that you've already worked on, and sometimes that can, I don't want to say ruin, but like add an element to a layout that you didn't necessarily want to go there. Also, I feel like with the mic so close to this, you probably are getting some serious like ASMR going on. All right. I am going to grab my heat gun really quick, and I will mute you guys when I do heat. Let me plug it in. Okay, I'm gonna mute the mic and dry this quickly. Okay. Now I'm going to go in with, I think, some gouache and add, or do I want to do another, maybe I'll do another color. Let's see. Faded Jeans or Fired Brick. I'm kind of leaning toward Fired Brick because I just cannot resist a good warm color palette.
I put that paintbrush, pull it back out, and do the same thing, but I'm gonna do it a little less, just so the paint is, or the ink is more saturated. Or pigmented, whatever you want to call it. Ooh, both. I know, I thought about both, and I might end up going with both. But I know the other colors that I want to use, so I want to see how those go first before I choose a warm color to add to this. And I think one of the things that causes my art journaling pages to go through that phase of like, holy cow, this is awful looking, is because I don't really put much thought into what I'm doing, where I'm putting things, or how I'm like doing something. I just let my hands make the decisions, which is a nice change since when I'm scrapbooking, as you guys have probably noticed in previous streams, I have a tendency to overthink things. I always forget that when it's dried, it looks a lot more pink than it does red, which isn't a bad thing. I just always forget that that's the outcome. And I'm gonna be completely honest, this worn lipstick color that I have up here is so bright, it scares me. That's what it looks like in the pad, but like when it dries and stuff, it is like bubblegum pink. Okay, I'm gonna leave out those three colors for now because I have a feeling I will end up using them at some point. Okay. This is drying pretty quickly on its own, so I think I will, instead of muting you guys a bunch of times, I'm just gonna fan it a little. Do you guys have any good weekend plans? Any fun weekend plans? Cody's mom is coming to visit, so we're gonna have fun doing, I actually don't know what, but something fun. I also will say art journaling on camera is a little bit different to me than scrapbooking, and I don't really know what it is about it that's different, but it feels like there's more pressure behind it than like general paper crafting on stream, where I don't really feel any pressure at all. Now I'm gonna go in with some warm colors of gouache. I'm thinking these ones, let me flip them over so you can see the actual colors. So there's a peach, this is called peach, peach, raw sienna, light portrait pink, and yellow oxide. Thinking I am going to start with a trip to Austria. Oh my gosh, that sounds like so much fun. I don't have a plan for my page. I'm just, every time I art journal, I just go with the flow. I let whatever happens, happens. And sometimes that works out really well. Other times it's a really scary situation. And I'm just really messily spreading this around. Again, using the brush to create texture because I love texture on art journaling pages. Oh, thanks. I'm excited to see where it goes too. That's one of the fun things about art journaling is that I never really know where it's going to end up. And you'll see, like, I already put it back, but because Distress oxides are water soluble and gouache is also water soluble, when I put it on here, or water based, when I put it on here, it rubs off some of the, you probably can't see that because you're so far away. Lifting you up here, let's see, right there. It will take the color off, which I kind of like because I like the distressed, like, worn look. I think it gives the page a lot of character. Alrighty, now I'm going to, you know, actually, after I said that, I decided that it would be really fun to put some water splats on here while we still have this showing. So I dipped this fan brush in a tiny bit of water, and then I'm just kind of like flinging the water everywhere, but also on my layout. Aren't the strokes so fun? I want to say it's like last year sometime I started doing that, and now I just cannot get enough. Tapping the brush against my hand for even more water. And one more. Whoa, that went everywhere. I like feel water even getting on my face right now when I'm doing this. Okay, so I'm gonna lift you guys up so you can have a better look at the, like, I don't think you can even see it really. It's not showing. Oh, there we go. Like right there. I don't know if you can see. Why is it so blue?
The white balance is on auto, so if you hold it up again.
Oh.
See?
Thank you. Stream Manager to the rescue. See how it's the oxidization, is that a word? It's oxidizing. I don't know the other terms for that. And then because I don't have the patience to let that dry and do its thing, I'm gonna lift the color using this paper towel. I'm holding this tray over here because it's rattling.
Okay, now you can see a lot better. All of the spots where the color came up. Yes, they are. Talking about the brush. Sorry, I didn't clarify. All right, now I'm gonna go with my next color, which I think is going to be, I need something contrasty. Maybe I'll add iced spruce. Well, it is a gray, it's like a green gray, and then frayed burlap is like a brown gray, so I don't know which one I want to use. I'm thinking iced spruce. See, it's more of like a greenish bluish gray rather than the brown gray that frayed burlap is. Ah. And for this one, I'm going to use a baby wipe instead of a brush with water. Cool. Where's my, there it is. Do a little fanning. TLHV. Ash, is that you? That's Rudy's screen name, username for things. Oh, unless maybe he's TR and you're TL. I know one of you is opposite. Whoa. Okay, I thought you were R. Oh, Rudy already had a Twitch account, I'm assuming. Yeah, you do. That way you can follow me because for you and anyone else that cares to know, following me actually really does help. So if you're not, I would really appreciate it if you would hit the follow button. Not only does it help me with like my rankings of my channel, it helps other people find our crafty stream so they can join our community, but there's like a little pop-up that happens right here where my fingers are during stream that'll say like new follower, and it's the cutest little thing I've ever seen. Okay, that is dry. Oh, nope, it was not. That's okay. Now I'm thinking, what am I thinking? We need a different color going on in here. Maybe like a blue or a teal. Oh, what about like a light, like this color? This is like a seafoam color. Or we could do like a olive green
or like a sage green. Oh my gosh, there's so many options. I don't know. I think I like that one, the olive green. It's called Sprout. And when I do my mixed media, I use a combination of like really nice supplies and really crappy supplies. Like I use my Liquitex, but I also use these $1 craft paints, and this brand, Delta Creative, is my absolute favorite brand of craft paint ever. I get them at Hobby Lobby. I cannot find them at Michael's or Joann, but Hobby Lobby has them, and they are the best craft paint you can get. This one is really old and it's really liquidy, so that's why it's like runny, but like the standard consistency of these paints is like a really nice, not too runny, not too like jello-y, like jiggly. You probably know what I'm saying. Hi, I'm glad you made it. Happy Friday. And I also rarely use tools in my art journaling pages. The page that I read, the art journaling page I posted on Instagram the other day, with like the yellow and the turquoise and all of that, other than putting the gesso on with this, the whole entire thing was created with my fingers because I don't like cleaning tools and I don't like figuring out which kind of tool to use when I can just use my fingers. I love that color. We need another coat so it's darker. Yes. Oh my gosh, that's such a pretty color. Let's do more up here. Print and cut success. Congratulations. I am very proud of you. And I'm proud of your silhouette for not giving you a hard time. Yikes. Okay, that was a bit much, but that's okay. We'll just add it elsewhere. Were you cutting something simple or were you cutting something difficult? Like were you doing like a cut file or something? Cut files? Well, I know like all things are cut files. We're doing like a cut file to use as like a background on a scrapbook page or something, because those are my worst nightmare when it comes to silhouette. I can cut my own things really easily, but when it comes to like, I feel stressed just thinking about it. A PDF file, okay. I see. I cannot get enough of this color with the pink. The pink comes up because it's water-based and my finger will be stained red for the next few days, which is why I warned you guys that it's not a clean process, so if messes freak you out, that's right, you did say you were doing a print and cut, not just like cutting. Print and cut is what I have issues with on my silhouette. Just cutting on its own, I can sometimes manage. I don't want to say all the time because it's really a hit or miss situation. Okay, now I have an idea. I am going to Whoa, sorry, that was my heat gun flying across the room. I'm going to dig into my big bin of tissue paper. I'm thinking this is a nice color. And then also some white. Ooh, maybe some polka dots. Oh, in this color. Okay, that's enough. I'm just getting a drink of water. We realized after the last stream that when I stream, I don't drink water, like at all. And then I end up super dehydrated and like my throat is all sore when I'm done. So I'm trying to make an effort to drink more water while I'm streaming. I'm gonna start out with the white tissue paper, and I'm gonna hold this away from the mic so it doesn't sound extremely loud for you. And I'm just gonna tear it into pieces. No particular size or shape. Part of an alpha is stuck to this piece of tissue paper. Okay. Now I'm going to use these pieces to create texture on the background. So if you've ever done like paper mache, this is very similar to that. I'm using a matte medium. This is not a matte gel medium, it's just a matte medium. And the thing to keep in mind with this is that this is water-based, and so are most of the items that we put down. So you have to do really quick strokes of this stuff so that you don't move all of your color from where it is. And then put a coat on the top. And so what this does is adhere it to the page. And I am intentionally kind of scrunching the tissue paper when I'm putting it down so that it'll add that texture that I'm going for. So you won't be able to tell right away what it's gonna look like, but I'll show you a close-up in a minute. You can probably see the color mixing with the matte medium as I do this and kind of pulling it around. It got a little bit lighter there because the matte medium pulled some of the color up. And the reason I chose white for this is because it will create the texture, but it'll blend into the background. So it'll create basically invisible texture. friend. How are you, Amber? I haven't heard from you in a while. That was a little too much texture. Kind of got all like muddy looking and gross. So you can like easily remove this stuff because once it's kind of soggy, it'll just tear. Okay, where's my... Yeah, fussy cutting hurts my hands and I'm terrible at it also. But I think I have to choose the lesser of two evils, and for me, that's just cutting by hand very slowly and over a long period of time because I cannot even stand trying to figure that software out. So I applaud anyone that does. Okay, that's good to go. And again, you probably can't really see the texture now, but once we put paint over this, when it's dry, it'll get quite textured. Then we'll go and add some tissue paper in for color rather than just texture. And I think for this, I'm gonna mute you guys and use my heat tool really quick. Just one sec. Okay, good to go on that. If I can find the hook that this heat tool goes on, then we will be good to go. Hello, there it is. I have a hook kind of underneath my desk a little where I hang my heat gun, and sometimes I can't find it because it's so hidden underneath my desk. It's seriously the best tool ever. It'll dry something super quickly. It's so incredibly hot. The only thing when you're art journaling is, depending on what you put down, it could react with the heat and it'll bubble. Like if you use texture paste, it bubbles with heat. Although I don't really care. I still use it on texture paste and it just kind of bubbles a little, but it's not too bad. One time I was making a page and I was drying it with and it was in the smaller version of this same thing, and I was drying it with my heat tool and I was not paying attention at all, and then I somehow held it still for too long and my whole entire page started to burn. So there's a fun warning for you of what not to do. Now I'm looking for something else to add. I don't really know what. I'm hoping it'll just jump out at me. Okay, I had Cody hand me my stencils, and I think we're gonna add some texture. And I don't know what kind of texture I want to add, although these flowers are really pretty. Maybe flowers? Oh, this is my way. That's a good good option. You can never go wrong with some stars. I put stars on a lot of things, especially with this stencil because I love the wonky shape of them. Oh, this one's really pretty too. It's like little waves. Let's move all that out of the way. But I use this one so often. Okay, I'm gonna put that one back. Okay, we're gonna go with either stars or flowers. For some reason I'm leaning towards stars. I mean, I know flowers look really good against this background, but I think I'm in a star mood. Don't mind my extremely crusty texture paste. I just used Liquitex modeling paste. And it's only crusty around the edges right here because it dries out, but I just scoot that out of the way. I'm not doing the whole stencil because I don't want it to be a perfect square. So I'm kind of doing like a diagonal line down. Fun. I like it. This is my least favorite part of adding texture is I like to go over the spine because then it makes the two pages feel cohesive. But using a stencil on the spine or the crease of the journal is one of the least fun experiences of art journaling. There we go. And just like with my scrapbooking or my memory keeping, my paper crafting, I work in groups of 3. So still doing 3. Sometimes if I'm really excited about an element, I'll do 5, but I always keep it odd and I try to create the visual triangle with all of the elements. I like that. And after using modeling paste, you want to clean your stencil right away, because if this stuff dries on there, your stencil is pretty much done for. With that said, Cody, would you mind throwing this in some water?
Yeah.
And I'll clean it when I'm done. you just soak them in water until you're ready to clean them, then they won't be ruined because it keeps the modeling paste soft. It's turning out really good. The direction so far is a good one. Oh, let me turn off the auto white balance so you can see the true colors. You can kind of see, like right in here, that's the texture. And right now it does look muddy or like kind of dirty, but once I put paint over that or mist or something, it'll soak up the color that I put on top of it, and it'll just look like textured color. While this dries, because it doesn't dry super quickly, but again, I don't want to use the heat gun because I don't want to keep muting you guys, I am going to add some more color. I'm going to use a makeup sponge. Again, all about those disposable tools so I don't have to clean them. I'm going to start adding some of our other colors here, I think. Maybe I want to add some gray. Oh, this is a nice color too. It's like a wine color. That would look nice. So would the gray. We'll start with these two. I'm just going over this modeling paste really, really lightly so I don't like smush it, but I want the color to be on it so that it can tie into the rest of the layout. It's not just like awkwardly sitting there by itself. Sorry, you can probably hear all of those things rattling while I'm doing this. I'm trying not to shake the whole desk. I'm gonna bring it up close again so that you guys can see the texture that we created, because you can see it a lot better now that it has color on it, I think. Wait, hold on, let's do this one. There we go. So see how you can see those like lines? Those are all textured lines. And there's some up here as well. I'm adding a little bit more gray to these two areas so that it will be a little darker. Now that I brought that over a little farther, I need just a tiny bit more. Nice. Now I'm thinking this really deep color, because I think it'll look super pretty with especially with this olive green. And for this one, I am just going to do little marks. I'm not sure if you can hear all of those noises outside, but they're really loud. I will say this color is a little less burgundy than I thought it was, so it has more red and less purple in it. I really wanted more of that like purple tone, but that's okay. Now I think we have a good base to put these other colors that I wanted to use. I think I'll go in with yellow first. I feel like I'm being strangely quiet while I was doing this, not on purpose. I just got in the zone. I don't really care for those two colors together. I don't want to waste any paint, or at least not of this paint, so just putting it down here. I'm gonna let those dry, and while they're drying, I'm going to pull out a few of my Neocolor crayons, if I can grab them. The ones that match this color palette. And I'm just gonna do some scribbling. The first scribble is always the hardest because I have to like get myself to scribble on it. I'm using this one to color directly on some of the raised stars to pull in a little bit more of the deeper red. And then I'm going to grab this water brush and just kind of smear it around. That's one of my favorite parts about art journaling, is just being able to play with so many different types of mediums in one project. I like it. This also helps the stars blend into the background a little bit more. Not that I want them to be like invisible, but I don't want them to be sticking out like they don't belong. I know what I wanted to ask you guys. Do you art journal? And if so, do you do, what type of art journaling do you do? There's so many different types. So do you do like mixed media like this, or do you do collage or like junk journal style art journaling? What is your thing? Let me know. If you joined late, I do have plans, if we don't run out of time, to work in my junk journal. I have it here next to me. So if you were hoping for that form of art journaling, have no fear. I plan to do that. This is one of my favorite ways to use these, is to really, really, really roughly outline some of the paint blobs. And the great thing about them is that if you get something that you don't like or it's too concentrated, because they're water soluble, you just use a wet brush or a paintbrush and just kind of like smear it around, and eventually it kind of just blends in and disappears. Or you can just make it less intense. Ooh, it is fun. If you've never tried it, I highly recommend it. It's very like freeing, especially if you're one of those people like me who like needs to be very in control of your projects. Ooh, last summer, fall during Camp Reset, did you happen to watch my art journaling tutorial? I did an art journaling mixed media tutorial for Camp Reset during the fall. It was really fun to make. I actually just pulled out that art journaling page that I made for that tutorial the other day. I came across it and I was like, ooh, I forgot how much I like the way this turned out. think. Again, I'm so sorry if that. When I scrapbook, this little caddy right here of tools is not nearly as jingly as it is right now. So I'm trying to hold it while I do this so that it's not super loud. Oh, yay! I'm glad to hear that you watched that art journaling, mixed media, whatever you want to call it, tutorial. I had a lot of fun with that one. So I'm just using that same water brush right now. It's barely wet at all, and I'm just going very, very lightly and like quickly over those last few scribbles that I did to blend them into the background a bit more. And I think I might do the same to the one that I went around these things with. The great thing about mixed media, especially if you've never done it, is that you don't have to have a ton of supplies. If you just use a piece of watercolor paper, like if you don't have an art journal, just use a piece of watercolor paper because it can stand up to all of the different mediums on there. And then you could just grab a bunch of random things like craft paints, which I know a lot of scrapbookers have, or markers. What a lot of people don't know is that markers like Crayola markers, or if you have Tombow markers, they can actually be, it's not the darkest color to show you with, but they can actually be used as like watercolor. So if you just scribble your marker on a slick surface, you could use like a Ziploc or a piece of packaging from the outside of like your stamps or something, and then just use either like a water brush or a paintbrush with water on it and pick it up, then you can use it as like watercolor. So you can do that. You can use craft paints, colored pencils, markers, just regular markers. Not using them as watercolors, the possibilities are endless, and you don't have to have a ton of supplies to try it out. That way you don't buy a bunch of stuff not knowing if you're gonna like it or not. Oh, you saw a girl using markers as watercolors? I know, it's life-changing once you realize it's a possibility. Once you realize that all of the supplies that you already have in your house can be used in like 10 different ways, it gets really exciting and fun. Now I want to add, do I want to bring in polka dots? I think I'm going to pass on the polka dots. What is it missing? Let's add some of this peach color. Oh, I don't think this one's even open. I love, love, love these Liquitex gouache, but they're a nightmare to open. You have to have serious muscles in your fingers, which I clearly do not. you want to know the other really cool thing you can use Tombow markers for? Well, one Tombow marker in particular. If you're using a water-based dye ink, like a standard ink pad that's water-based dye ink, and you stamp whatever your image is, if your paper is really porous, it'll soak the dye right up, and on certain pages it'll look splotchy, so you won't get a crisp image. I'm gonna open these blinds that are in front of me now that it's dark. So you won't get a crisp image. If you take a Tombow blending marker, I'm gonna actually show you. This needs to dry a minute anyway. I'm getting sidetracked, but this is really exciting. Let's find a stamp. I know I have a stamp around here somewhere. Maybe not. Cody, can you hand me that stamp set right there on the front, the other column? Yeah.
Just this?
Uh-huh. Thank you. And let me find a piece of paper. I'm looking in my trash because I know I have scratch paper. This will work. This is super off topic, but it's really cool. I'm just seasoning this stamp by rubbing my fingers over it so it's kind of dirty. Except I made it unstick because of my paint fingers. I'm doing a really bright color so you'll be able to see what I mean. Okay, so if you, I'm gonna do a couple. Ah, this one's not gonna fit. I'll hang it off the edge. Sorry, that was probably really loud. I keep forgetting that the mic is right there. So if you, oh, I need that. If you see, I'll bring you guys up close. See how it's splotchy? That's because the paper is soaking up the dye ink in certain parts and not in the other parts. And sometimes if you let this sit for like an hour or so, it will bleed over and then you'll get a semi-solid image, like more solid than it currently is. But seriously, the coolest thing ever. I get so excited every time I get to do this. If you use a Tombow blending marker, these are also water-based dye inks in these markers, so it doesn't hurt your project at all. And you can go fill in the parts that are missing color. And if you do one coat, it covers it up pretty well. I'm just gonna quickly do a second coat. And because this is the blending marker and that's like what its sole purpose is to do, but with markers, if you just take, find a piece of scratch paper, and you just, these blending markers are self-cleaning, so they're meant to blend color. And then, see? It's nice and clear again. It doesn't, that's what it's made for, but with Tombows, so you can also use them. I know, isn't that cool? Look how solid it is compared to the other ones. I'm not on autofocus, let me fix that. Is that focusing? I'm assuming, there we go. Look how solid that one is in comparison. So that's off topic, but it's seriously one of my favorite tricks ever. Okay, let's bring this back and finish this thing up so we can get to junk journaling. Some of this paint is still really wet. That's okay. What were we doing? That's what we were doing. Unfortunately, I am going to have to grab a paintbrush now, which we all know I hate, but I can't make small enough marks with my finger like I want to make. So I'm using this tiny, tiny little paintbrush. Like, it is actually the tiniest little guy ever. I usually turn my journal like all sideways when I'm doing this, so that's why my arm is at such an awkward angle. Actually, you can't even tell in the camera that it's at an awkward angle. It must just be me feeling like I am. Stand by, muting for a sec. Okay, friend. Okay, we have a cat situation, so I'm gonna put my BRB screen right back up. Give me like 5 minutes or less, and I will be right back. Take this time to go pee or get a drink or get a snack or something, but I will be right back, guys.
Hello.
I'm back. Sorry about that, but it was a good thing. I got to have a bathroom break and fill up my water that I am now drinking. And don't worry, the cat situation, she's good. We're just keeping an eye on her because of the little scare earlier. Back to making our little marks. Yeah, she's okay. She's just on a medicine, and we thought the medicine was giving her strange side effects, and then we weren't sure if it was the medicine. It was like this whole ordeal right before the stream started, like minutes before, which is why I was a little bit late. We didn't know if we were gonna have to take her to the emergency vet or not, so we called the vet, and they said, like, no, just keep an eye on her as long as she's acting normal, which she is, thank goodness. And then she started acting up again. Like, she's basically just, like, her tummy's upset, but really, really upset. Poor little thing. But in case you're wondering, we realized what it probably is. She ate, earlier today, she ate, like, you know, shredded cheese? She ate, like, the smallest little bite of shredded cheese. But she has what we think is IBS. So her food, her cat food, is hydrolyzed. Basically, they break all the molecules up so small that they're pretty much nothing. And the cheese, obviously, is not broken up that way. So even though it was the tiniest little piece of cheese, I'm pretty sure that that's what it was. I know, she is a poor baby. She's my equivalent of a child. And so even the slightest sign of her not feeling well, I'm like freaking out always. But she's doing better. Cody just Googled lactose intolerance in cats just to see like what the symptoms were and if they matched hers, because we just kind of put two and two together that little tiny piece of cheese that she got to and her symptoms may be related, and it might not be medicine related. And sure enough, like every single symptom that she has is a sign of lactose intolerance in cats. So she's feeling better now that she's had her little issues. But we also learned that we have a lactose intolerant cat on our hands. I just moved on to another color. I'm using the yellow oxide. Now I don't remember. Did I use the yellow oxide for this one right here? These big smudges? I think I did. Which would make sense why it's like the exact same color. Oops, that's okay. They're different sizes. Where are my paper towels? There they are. I don't know what color I thought I was using or what color I wanted to use, like what the goal was there, but it was not what I thought it was, which is okay. I'm thinking this is almost done actually. I'm going to add a few more little swatchy guys like I'm doing. And then I think it might be where I want it to be. But I'm going to use a medium-sized brush for this. Let me find one. I don't want one quite as big as my fingerprint, and I don't want one quite as small as the one I was just using. So I'm thinking I'll use this guy. I'm gonna wet it first and then dry it so that the bristles are a little more shaped. And I think this will give it the pop of color that I'm like feeling like it's currently lacking. I think that's why I was unsure where it was going, because I could tell it was missing something. I just didn't know what it was missing. Aha. That's what it was missing. Good. I don't want to waste this color, so I will put it on this page back here, and I will use it later. Mine too. The pages that I just like throw random things onto because I don't want to waste the paint, and then later I go back to them to make something out of them, those always end up being my favorites. I think because a lot of the like initial work is done for me and it's kind of messy, so it gives me the freedom to like continue on with that messy look, and I don't have to worry about like a starting point. Those always end up being my favorites also. I think I want to add some little detail marks before I do. I always finish them up with like a quote or something, and I'll do that right here, some lettering. And then I think I might be done. I really like the way it's looking. So let's just add these little marks. This is a Faber-Castell Pitt Artist pen. It's India ink, so it will write over most mixed media surfaces, most mixed media items, and it'll still be really dark black. The things it doesn't like writing over, it does not like writing over the like art crayons and stuff. It will, like, it'll show up if I write over the art crayons, but you can tell like when you're using the pen that it's not working as well as it would if it was on a different surface. Ah! Just got a huge smudge of blue right there. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna do some fixing. cannot hold on to anything right now. Can't even tell that it wasn't supposed to be there. We'll do a couple more clustery ones like that. Perfect. It's right here. Now I'm going to try not to do that again. This one, for art journaling, this is my favorite pen. Well, yeah, for art journaling, this is my favorite pen. I have them in all different sizes. Here's one in 1.5. It's more of like a marker tip. This one's just, the size is small. It's like more of a pen tip. For art journaling, yes, these are my, or for like mixed media, these are my favorite because this one is what I usually do when I want thick black writing for my quote, because it'll write over all of this stuff really nicely without drying out. But favorite pen of all time, oh my goodness, I have too many. This is my, to put it into perspective, this is one of, how many do I have on my desk? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5, this is the smallest things on my desk full of pens. This is like all of my black pens and my journaling pens. So I have like, let's see, I'm going to tell you some of the good ones. These American Crafts Precision pens, they come in a pack with 5. You get a 01, 03, 03, 05, and 08. You get 2 03s. These work really well. They're acid free, they're fine tip, they are waterproof, and they don't bleed. They do smudge if you write on something slick. These Copic multiliners are really good as well. They're pigment ink and they're waterproof and they're Copic proof, which I know is really important for some crafters who use Copic markers. I really like the Illustrated Faith black pens. They come in 2 or 3 different tips. I have a 0.35 and a 0.65. These Tombow mono drawing pens also come in a few different sizes. I like these as well. They're water-based pigment ink, so they will like bleed everywhere if you get any sort of water on them, so they're best for like memory keeping journaling rather than any sort of mixed media. Let's see. This is one of my all-time favorite pens. This is IdentiPen. It's a dual tip, so the first is like a marker tip and the other side is like a thin felt tip, and it's permanent. I thought it was, I'm pretty sure it's acid free, but now I can't remember. It's made by Sakura, and you want to talk about a good, like, just all around black pen. I use the marker side for like doing really thick quotes and stuff. This is also one that I'll use in my mixed media, but I'm kind of afraid to ruin this one. So I tend to use this one just because I know it can write on everything. Then there is the Stabilo OH pen. I don't know if that's what they're called. Universal. It's permanent again, and this is what I use to write on my photos. So if you're a memory keeper and you want to write on photos because it's like that slick surface, this one is incredible for that. It does really well on pretty much any slick surface, but especially on photos, and of course it is acid free. This one, who is this? Mitsubishi Pure Color F. What does that say? It's kind of worn off. O-Land? Q-Land? Something like that. This one again is double-sided, so you have a felt tip on one side and then a thicker marker point on the other. This one's not bad, but again, there are others like this. Oh, not that one. Like this one that I prefer for this double-sided. And then the last one in here that I really like, now that I've oh no, there's another one. Staedtler pigment liners. These are really, really good to write with, especially for journaling. They are, let's see, are these ones acid free? I think these are. Yes. So these are archival and they are waterproof. So these are really good. They come in all different points. This is a 0.01, but I do have a few other ones in my other pen thing. And then the last one in here that I really like is this Tombow Mono Twin. It's a marker tip on one side, but it's a really thin marker tip, which I like in comparison to something like this that has that really thick marker tip. And it's a firm marker tip as well. And then the other end is a little felt tip thingy-mabob, just like on all the other ones. And this one is, let's see, I can't read any of that because it's not in English, but I'm pretty sure this one is not waterproof or anything like that. So I tend to only use this one when I'm working on a project that's not super mixed media-y, that's more just papery, because I don't remember if that one bleeds or not. Yeah, those are my favorite black pens. These ones, though, the Faber-Castell Pitt Artist pens, just work really well for mixed media because they're India ink, so they're really true black on a bunch of different surfaces. For white pens, my two favorites are, I like Jelly Rolls. I have an 8 and a 10, so different points, but they're not super, super white, so they're more of like a mild, bland white. My favorite for true, like deep white, are Uniball Signo Broad gel pens. I hope that helps. It also gave this some time to dry, so that's good. Yes, I know, I'm always on the hunt for good pens also. Let's do the white, and then I'll finish it off, and we'll get going with some junk journaling. The problem is I always want to write on things before they're dry, and that's the one thing that you really cannot do. I love adding white to mixed media pages like this because I feel like with all the color going on, the white pops like really, really bright. I think the quote is going to go there, but I need another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess not. I think once these paint smudges are more dry, I will go in and add some white detail to those as well. Because I like the contrast of the white against the really deep colors like this red and that turquoise or teal, whatever it's called. What is the name of this color? Viridian hue. In case you were on the hunt for a nice teal turquoise. It's like a deep something or other. Does anybody know the difference between teal and turquoise? Or are they the same color? Or is one like brighter or darker or more vibrant than the other? When it comes to that color range, I tend to only use like the sea foams. So I never really took the time to differentiate the two. Teal has more green. Turquoise has more blue. Is that... I had a... Drea, if anybody knew, I thought it was going to be you, to be completely honest, because I know that that's one of your colors. Okay, turquoise is more blue, teal is more green. Thank you. I'm a warm color family person, so I prefer my oranges and yellows and light pinks. And I tend to steer clear of the blues and like the greens that are a cooler green, like this really olivey yellow green. I love. Then we'll finish it up with something right here. Oh, and then we'll add some gold splatters because you can never go wrong with that. But let me find... In case you want to know, I save a ton of stuff in my Instagram saved thing. Like, you know how you do the little banner thing and it saves them? Wait, hold on, I just saw your comment. People talk about them interchangeably. Okay, I always did too because I didn't know the difference. But now I'm going to remember that. Teal has more green. This is what my saved... Let's see, can you see that? This is what my saved... Oh, I don't feel like you can see. Let me take off auto. Or let me turn on autofocus so it'll get really close with us. Let's see. Is it focused on this or is it focused on the background? Anyway, I think it's there. This is what my saved. It's all the same color palette, and it's all like the same stuff. Paint smudges, quotes, all in the same color family. And I realized that today when I went to find a quote for something else, because when people letter quotes that I like, I save them. And I was scrolling through here and I was like, this must be an accurate representation of like my personality, because there's a very clear theme in these saved posts. Okay, I'm gonna turn this because I won't be able to turn, or I won't be able to write unless it's turned. Oh, we were gonna use this faded jeans color. Do I want to add some of that? That's a really pretty color. We'll save it for the next one though. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find one quickly. But I want one that I like, so. Still going, and it's still the same color palette. When in doubt, go to Morgan Harper Nichols' Instagram, right? That's what I live by. I want something short because I don't feel like writing a lot. Ugh, this is taking too long. Oh, that one's cute. Okay. And because my hand shakes constantly, I opt for the super messy writing because then I don't have to worry about it looking good. But I am going to kind of try to space this. Also, I don't think I've ever written on camera like this. I feel a little bit nervous. And then we will finish it off with some gold splatters. Again, always apologizing for this shaking, but see how well that wrote over even all the texture and everything. That Faber-Castell Pitt pen just works so well. And I'm using gold Heidi Swapp Color Shine for the gold splatters. Concentrating it to 3 regions of the layout. So I'm gonna go for, I think I'm gonna go for a like triangle type thing. Although I like it up here too, so maybe I'll go for that triangle. Because this feels like it needs something. I'm actually gonna do, maybe I'll do the triangle like that so it's more of like a slope. I don't generally do things in even numbers on my layouts, but what the heck, why not? I like doing gold splatters in my art journal because I can do such huge splatters compared to when I do my scrapbook layouts. They have to be all tiny so that they don't look like they're taking over the page. I mean, I guess they don't have to be tiny, but I make them tiny so that they don't look like they're taking over the page. We need one more. I don't like the fact that there's only 4. It needs 5. I'm just gonna add some to the center here. Why not? Just rain gold all over it. Okay, I'm gonna mute you and dry the splatters just a tiny bit so when I hold it up to show you the finished product, it doesn't run all down the page. So, muting you, and I'm gonna dry this. Okay, that does like an initial dry. The big splats are still extremely wet and will need to dry overnight before I'm able to close this. But at least I'll be able to lift it to show you guys. I'm just moving some of this stuff out of the way so that it's easier to just be in this space. That there. Move these guys. And we'll also be ready to transition to junk journaling. Alrighty. Let's lift this up. Let me turn off some of the settings. So I'm hoping the light will catch and you guys will be able to see some of the gold. It's a lot brighter looking on camera than it is in real life. The colors are a bit more muted in person. But yeah, there it is. Finished product. Yay, thank you. I'm so glad you guys love it as well. I love it. It looks good. Turned out really nice. Okay, let me figure out where I can set this. Just one sec. I had to take it to a different side of my working area. Now let's get going on some junk journaling. We didn't even get to use like half of the fun goodies that I brought out here to play with, but I got so in a groove. I brought out all sorts of fun stuff like paint markers and my jelly plate. So we'll have to schedule another stream specifically for art journaling so we can play with some other products. Okay, this is what I call my junk journal. It's not super like junky, but I call it my junk journal. I'll give you a little flip through. I worked in this a lot last year and then took a little break from it, and then now hoping to jump back in. So I have little interactive elements. This one has a tag with journaling. And I still have blank pages where I can come back in and add things. But this was just a fun place to play with all sorts of different techniques, items. This one has like this little thing over it. Envelope. Sorry about the cars being really loud. That's it. Other than that, but I figured we could make like a layout or two to go in here. It's been a while, so I feel a little rusty on this side of things, but we'll jump back in and we'll get the hang of it. So I'm thinking I want to do something messy like that. I'm kind of in a messy mode after the art journaling. Although this one was really fun also. Let's just grab some stuff and see where we end up.
start with, so I brought my thing back that I used in the last stream. My little container of vintage stuff. And then I have some piles of other vintage stuff over here as well. So just pulling out a few things that I might want to use specifically.
Or maybe I want to use that for something.
That'd be fun.
Okay, let's start with this and see where we go. This is actually a perfect size. With a tiny exception. I mean, it's a little bit too big, but I think we can make something out of that. I'm just going to, sorry if the crinkling is really loud. I know that kind of gets rid of some of the best part of it, but I really want to be able to keep this natural, like, raw edge up here so that I can put stuff inside of it. So I'm gonna fold that back portion down and then adhere it to something, because on its own this will not hold up to turning the page a bunch of times. So I'm just gonna grab some scratch paper. I'm bringing out my, this is my paper scrap bin. And so I'm just bringing that out so that I can quickly pick a piece to go on the back side of this bag. That's a fun one. We'll use that. I don't want to be digging through this forever and ever. Okay, good. That's what I thought too. You can still says it. You can still see that it says popcorn. It kind of gets the point across. Or across. Did I say across? I meant across, but you know, it's been a long day. So. Yeah, I feel pretty lucky with the stash of supplies that I have. It's taken a lot of time and effort, and unfortunately, like, a lot of money has been put into my stash. But it's fun to be able to craft with things and not have to buy new things all the time. I'm just trimming this down to size based on those like rough markers you just saw me put on the page. Ooh, sorry if that was really loud. I like this side better than this side, so this is the side I'm going to cover with the bag, and then that will be on the back of it. And I am going to leave this poking off the top. I'm going to use double-sided tape so that it is really sticky rather than a tape runner that could possibly come up. Hello, hi, thank you for joining us. I recognize is your Instagram name also Crafty Eeyore Lover? I recognize that. And I'm getting really close to the edges with this so that it doesn't peel off. I'm glad you made it the same because I recognized you instantly when I saw that name. Hi, thank you for joining us. Sometimes I feel like an Instagram stalker when I know things like that. I'm like, oh, I know you. But I don't really. I just Instagram know you. And again, I'm putting a ton of adhesive just because I don't want this to come off. Okay, that should do it. Okay, good. I'm glad that you don't think I'm a crazy Insta stalker. Which, to clarify, I am. I am a crazy Insta stalker. It's one of my best talents. I can find anyone on Instagram. I can find people that like are a long lost cousin of somebody that I met one time 7 years ago in passing and don't only know like their first name and not how to spell it. It's a true skill. This bag is so crinkly and like old and uneven that the tape is even confused what it needs to be sticking to. Okay, so see, it's not a perfect fit, but it's good enough. So it'll give the bag a little bit more strength. And then I'm going to pull out one of the pages. I'm going to use this one to... There are the motorcycles outside if you can hear them. We live in a city, so there's a lot of noises that go on. Yes, Cody is playing a game. He is playing... Cody, what game are you playing?
I'm not playing a game.
Oh, you watching a game?
No.
Rudy's asking if you're playing a game.
Oh. No, I'm not.
Oh, what are you watching then?
Destiny?
What's that?
Oh, it's just a stupid thing.
Oh, that you're watching, not that you're playing.
No.
Oh, okay, no, he's not playing a game. He's looking at something that looks like a game, so I thought he was playing a game. But he is not currently. He usually is, though. Is Rudy playing a game? And if so, what game? Oh, jeez. I'm using this to line up holes. And now I'm going to start embellishing. I really wish I had something that would punch. I know that We Are Memory Keepers makes like one of those hole reinforcement punches. I don't really want like a hole reinforcement punch. I just want a way. I just want a way to make these without having to buy a specific punch for them. He's not playing right now, Cody, but he does play PUBG.
Oh, on the computer?
On the computer?
Or an Xbox?
Or an Xbox.
Or PlayStation?
Or
I don't know if it's on
PlayStation.
PlayStation.
So the album is just my, let me close this so I can show you what it is. The album that I'm working in is just my junk journal, so it's kind of like a free play album. It doesn't have a purpose. It doesn't follow any sort of chronological order. It doesn't follow any sort of theme. It's kind of just like a place for me to play and use things that I may not necessarily use, like old popcorn bags and stuff. Yeah, it's just a free play junk journal album. So that's that. I know that I want to add. I'm gonna grab something really quick. Stand by while I grab it. I'm grabbing some of my Reset Girl goodies from the, whoa, sorry, I just kicked the desk really hard, from the Girl Friday collection. I was playing with it in my last stream. PS4, Cody. And so I already had it here on my desk. So I'm gonna use some of that. I got distracted by the fact that I had to stand up. It like took me out of my groove. That's okay. Jump back in quickly. Which white scrapbook paper? Like, where did I put it? This, just like standard white scrapbook paper. So I use a few different kinds. I use Basil Avalanche and, oh look, her husband's playing MLB on the PS4. See, it's like one person crafts or does art of some sort and the other person plays video games. I feel like it's the combination. It's like the pairing. That's what you just do. Okay, wait. This is Basil Avalanche, and this was a 12 by 12 before it was cut down. So Basil Avalanche is like a true white cardstock, and it has horizontal textured lines. I also really like, I don't remember what it is, but it's a Basil white 12 by 12 cardstock, and it's a canvas texture rather than just a lined texture. And then I also use Basil Coconut Swirl. That's a smooth cardstock. And both of those, I just get them online from all different places. I think you can get them from scrapbook.com. I know scrapbook.com sells Basil cardstock. I'm not sure if they sell these exact shades or like, yeah, I guess you'd call them shades. Those are the 12 by 12s that I use. You can also just find like 12 by 12 cardstock, white cardstock at your craft store, but I'm kind of a paper snob, so I opt for those ones. See, Carolee, it is the natural order of things. It's the same with your situation. And Matt is upstairs playing on the PS4 as well. See, Cody, that must be a normal thing. Over half of my friends have a significant other that are either playing video games currently while they craft or do play video games while they craft. It must be a pairing thing. Like those types of personalities get along well. I'm a very huge paper snob. So much so that we have a little like cabinet in our house. It's from IKEA, and it's like a little metal drawered filing cabinet-esque thing, and each drawer has a different weight or type of just 8.5 by 11 paper. This isn't even my 12 by 12 paper, so I have like my 20 pound, my 32 pound, my 80 pound cover stock, and then I just have miscellaneous white card stock that is kind of like a free-for-all. And it's like my paper snobbiness is to a level where Cody already knows what type of paper to use for what. So that's why I'm crazy and can only use certain shades of cardstock because I'm so particular, but yeah, that was a tangent. Ugh, traffic, gross. I'm glad I'm not in traffic. You want a PS, a PlayStation so bad? Is that what you want? Is that what the PS refers to? Super Mega Baseball. No, Cody doesn't play sports video games. He plays like, what are they called? Like shooting video games, I guess, but they're like space-esque, futuristic themed. I don't know what you'd call them. I know a lot more about video games than your average person because of him, but I couldn't tell you like the genre of video games. All I know is the term first-person shooter, which is, I don't even know if that's the type of video game or if it's just a phrase that is used. Oh, that's a good way to put it. It's parallel play. Yes, because Cody is in this, well, our apartment's very small, so of course he's in the same room as me, but yeah, he does his and I thing and I do my thing. Okay, I need to pick a honey already because this is taking forever. This girl, she's cute. I like her. Or her. Ooh, she's fabulous. I'm gonna go with her. She was my first instinct. Where is... There they are. Cody, get out of here. That Vifu, that's not your regular name.
No, it's not. It was taken.
Veftux?
Yeah, I don't know. I just took away some letters.
That's a version of Cody's standard screen name, but that's him. In case you're wondering who the weirdo is that's talking about no more crafty talk. I know, but see, that's the thing, Cody. Most of my crafty friends either have significant others that play video games or they themselves play video games, so they don't mind video game talk. We're all just a certain version of nerd here. Okay, now starts the fussy cutting, and we all know I'm a slow fussy cutter. Cody, your #1 fan is excited that you're in the house. Who do you think your #1 fan is?
Ashley?
Oh, that was a good guess. No, your other #1 fan. Look, now everybody's saying hi to you. You're so popular. Aww. He's the stream manager. Now you guys are getting a introduction to the person that I always refer to as screen manager, or stream manager. I can't talk and cut at the same time.
Oh, Drea. That's who you're talking about.
Yeah, I just saw your comment about husbands, boyfriends will rise up in this chat. I'm surrounded by such good people tonight. I'm in such a great mood. I love you guys. It's so fun. I'm never leaving. I'm just gonna stream 24 hours so that I never have to be away from this fun and back in real, like, adult life. It feels like a vacation when I'm streaming. It's like going on vacation with all of your best crafty pals, but then after it's over, it's not like a week long. It's just like a few hours, and then you get to go home and do your introvert recharge thing and go sleep in your own bed. I know. See, one day, maybe. We're working on that sponsor thing. We do have a very exciting sponsor coming up, though. I will tell you that. April. Mid-April, you guys will see the sponsor thing on there will change from being sponsored by the Creatives Club to sponsored by someone else. And I'm not telling you anything else, so you'll have to come back and see who the sponsor is. Cody, did I tell you that?
What?
That Ryan refers to me as nudes?
No.
It's probably one of my favorite
Did you
things.
see what the bot did?
No.
Oh, it asked me if I would permit her message because it thought it was sexual. Because it marked nudes as like, send nudes.
Oh no, Carolee, you're gonna get blocked by our bot
I
because
want
they
it.
think that you're
It's
asking
a permitted
me
term now in your chat.
Oh,
Everyone can
nudes?
say nudes.
but
Yeah.
only spelled that way.
Yeah, I think so.
We have like the ongoing joke. If you've ever watched a stream and like the creepers come in the stream, they start talking about like show bobs. Bobs referring to like boobs. And so it's like an ongoing joke in our house, like wait till somebody comes in talking about bobs. And so when you type nudes, Carolee, me too. I am dying also. This chat is great tonight. I am I shouldn't have fussy cut this honey because now I'm just putting her on white cardstock so that I can fussy cut her again, which I didn't think about. I was gonna just stick her on, but I didn't really want all of this dark blue to show through because it would have been distracting from her and I think she would have blended in too much. And I couldn't have just left her on the sticker paper like would be the logical thing. I don't know if you can see it, but in person, the numbers and the writing from the back of this show through. Yes, now I have to double fussy cut. I know. What was I thinking? Cody. Who's laughing at Bob?
I saw it. I'm looking at your chat.
Oh, I didn't know if you're keeping up on it.
Yeah, I have it up.
Oh, Cody has it up. He's here now.
No, I've been here
He's
the whole time.
part of the gang. Oh, sometimes you just glance or at it every now and then. Ew, I've decided I really dislike double fussy cutting. And it's not nearly as easy to fussy cut cardstock as it is that clear sticker paper. That stuff is so simple to fussy cut compared to what I've got going on here. I know, Bob's is one of my favorites too. Also, she doesn't look nearly as cute fussy cut on white as she did fussy cut with a clear background. Oh, but you know, I'll live. I'll live with my honey not being as fussy cut as I'd like her to be. Oh, that's okay. The reason we were talking about double fussy cutting is because I fussy cut this honey from a piece of clear sticker paper and then decided that I didn't want her on clear sticker paper. So I then stuck her to some white cardstock and am fussy cutting her out again instead of just like cutting a big square and sticking it and then doing the fussy cutting. I'm doing like the detailed cutting twice. All right, that didn't take too long. So she is gonna go there. But I need something to layer with her. Let's see. Ooh, what about some book paper? This is cute. Label. Yes, there will be a label on here. Oh, then I'm covering popcorn. Although, I don't think I have a problem covering popcorn. I mean, you can clearly tell that it's an old popcorn bag. And if you can't, then maybe you've never had popcorn. I don't know. Oh, like make it shorter like that so that it showed the popcorn. I could have if I didn't stick it down so quickly. That's okay though. I'm okay covering things. I don't mind. Especially because like a ton of people aren't actually, nobody other than like you guys and me are gonna be seeing this album. Nobody really looks through my albums except for me, so I will know that this was a popcorn bag. Alright, she's gonna go... Do I want something else with her? Like maybe, what is this? Oh, a tag? No. What about this tag? That's a cute tag. Carolee, when are you going to Japan? I just realized that you're here. Why did I think that you were like gone? I'm so confused. Oh. Well, you can text me about that if you'd like to. Well, bummer. I'm sorry. But, yay for me because now I get to have you here. And I'm sorry that you have a migraine. This... I want this on there. I just... I don't know. The dizziness from migraines is the worst. I don't know what I'm doing with this girl. What is happening? I need to make up my mind is what I need to do. Done. Mind made up. I'm gonna glue this tag. Oh man. I don't like tags that don't have their little thing punched out. That was way too big of a hole punch for that little tiny tag. But that's okay. I'm gonna add a label right there to block that little piece that's poking out from her leg, but I'm gonna grab, wow, that looks really vibrant on camera. I'm gonna grab a piece of ribbon or something to put in that. Let's see. Hey, that's... The fact that you even have paper out, that's pretty good. I don't like that there. Oh, maybe this one. Yeah, that's a good one. next layout for this thing. I think I'm going to use fabric. One of my favorite things is using fabric in my paper crafting, like full pieces of fabric. And I think that that's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to grab my... Oh, beading! I, for a very long time, ran a jewelry business. And then that jewelry business graduated to another jewelry business that I ran with my sister. The one that is here. And it was really fun. And next to like the Creatives Club is probably the most successful business I've ever owned. Okay, it's coming along. No, I didn't do home parties. I did a lot of craft fairs or farmers markets or things like that. And then just basically made custom designs for people. Outside of that. Sorry, I was focusing while I was cutting. And I feel naked without my watch, so I'm putting that back on now that we're done with the messy stuff. Now let's put a label right here. Let's see. I have this thing in front of me that I keep a bunch of labels and then tabs in. So I was looking through there to see if there was a label I wanted to use, but then I remembered that there was a bunch of fun labels that came with this kit, this collection. So I think I might use one of those. That one's cute, but there's a lot of color going on, and we all know I need some neutral in my life. So let's pull out oh, fun. Okay, have a good dinner, Carolee. I hope that you feel better and that your headache goes away. Tell Ryan Nudes says hi, and enjoy your PF Chang's. Okay, there are the tags. That's what I was looking for. Oh, you're so rebellious here in my chat. Yeah, you do, because that's going to be an ongoing joke now, and the word nudes is going to get everyone blocked. I really want, you know what label I want, but that I don't know where I put, and I'm not about to go search for it and make you guys wait. I really want to use, one of my Illustrated Faith labels. But of course, I don't remember where I put them. So instead, I'm going to grab these two sheets of labels from Citrus Twist that were on my desk already. And I'm just going to pick one out of there. I like the gray against there, but I don't like the shape of this gray one, so I'm probably going to go with this pink one. But see, I really wanted gray because the pink, I feel like, clashes with her dress. I know that I'm overthinking that, but that's what I'm thinking. I know I have more labels. Let's see. Pull over. Sorry if that was loud. This bucket. Could use a gray LA Studio label, maybe. Although I want something a little more like whimsical. Although there's a nice gray label. But again, it's kind of like stiff and straight. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. These are Kelly Purkey. Let's move this so we can see the colors. Oh, that's heavy. That are in our layout. Ooh, that green is really pretty. It's like an olive green, like the one that we used in the mixed media layout, art journaling page, whatever you want to call it. A nice navy blue would look good with this blue. Ooh, that one is full of good colors. Let's see. Can never go wrong with a gray. A nice mustard, but it blends in with this. Some thinking this charcoal gray or navy blue. I don't know why this is so difficult for me. Probably because they both look really good. Or maybe I just want to use that burgundy. I'm going with gray. Okay, what are you guys working on now? Are you still working on your same projects that you were when we started? Or have you moved on to a new project as well? I'm gonna take a drink of water before I get dehydrated. And then stick this label down. Ooh, cutting letters for a letterboard, like one of the wooden like letterboards with the plastic letters. Like, are you cutting those apart because they come connected, or a different type of letterboard? Oh, what, Drea, what did you switch to before you came back to your 6x8? What do I want to put there? Let's put a stamp. I'm gonna use a stamped phrase from my stamp set. I bet cutting things apart like that is always a pain. Okay, so these are both my stamp sets, and they're not usually packaged like this. I always feel the need to clarify. These are my samples that I just keep for myself. Ooh, grid collage 8.5 by 11. 8.5 by 11 isn't your standard size. Can't wait to see that. It's already on Insta? Oh, you're quick. Let's all go look. Oh, we got... Little does Carolee know, I'm about to show the whole stream this. Carolee just texted me and said that she just found this in a pack of stickers that her friend sent her. Let me turn off our settings. I thought that was funny. Okay. Now I need to go look at Drea's. Ooh, I like that color palette. And I see a lot of the elements from this Girl Friday collection. And I love it. Is that Fresh Start Citrus Twist? I think it is. I like it a lot. Ooh, you used something from the spring issue? Oh, I see. Oh, I see it. I can't wait for that to come out. Okay, back to what we were doing. I'm so easily distracted, especially because I'm streaming to a bunch of people that I know. If you guys were all strangers, I wouldn't feel as comfortable pausing to go look at things on Insta. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that fits nicely. I'm thinking I'm gonna go with this Everyday Things, just because it can, I don't know what's gonna go in here. I go back and I like add things to different places, so I'm sure I'll make something that'll go in here at a different point in time, and I don't really want to put something on here that has a specific theme that may not fit what is inside. So I'm just going with this thing that says Everyday Things, because it's pretty inclusive. Where did I put my stamp block earlier when I was like excited and showing you guys that stamp thingy? Well, darn. My stamp block is MIA. Oh wait, here it is. Nice. Everyday Things. I don't know what that was. It sounded like something fell from somewhere. I wish you guys could see what like my desk outside of this little area looks like. This little area, the entire desk that's like on this side of my desk, my secondary desk, and then I have two stools right here on this side of my desk, and then I have another cabinet back there, and it's all like layered, piled high with stuff that I pulled out in case I needed for like the stream and for the mixed media page and stuff like that. It's everywhere. It's gonna take hours to clean up. Not really. It won't take that long. Sorry, I'm trying to pick up this piece of tape that keeps getting all over everything. Oh, the physical copy is the way to go, always. It's fun to look at it digitally, but when it's like physically in your hand, like, and you're flipping through the pages, it's the best, the absolute best. And I can tell you that firsthand. Okay, I like it. It's kind of simple, but I think that one's finished. Let's put that in here somewhere. I'm just gonna kind of like open up to a random page. And oh, but that doesn't really match that. I mean, not that it has to, but I'm gonna put it here. cute. I like the way it turned out. Also, I just saw this layout that I made. I made this layout at... Sorry, I got distracted by that car honking. I made this layout at my retreat that I held in Tahoe last year. And I know that this, it says right here, who's the molasses, which I know was an inside joke between Drea and I. But now, unfortunately, I can't even remember what that joke was about. But I know that it was so funny, I was like almost peeing myself laughing. Have you ever had that, like where you have an inside joke, but you don't really ever, you don't remember what the joke is after a while? You just know it was a thing. Okay, I'm gonna do I think one more. Tour? What? Oh, I'm reading like 3 different people's comments at once and like blending them together. I see. We were talking about the tour of the magazine, yes? Is that what that was about? I think so. This inside joke that I put ode to on this layout, it says, who's the molasses? And I know that that was something that I thought was so hilarious. I was like about to pee my pants with laughter. But now I couldn't tell you what it was about. I just remember laughing about it. What was, I said, I think on the next one I'm going to do this. And then, oh my gosh, you guys, see, this is what happens when I've been streaming for a few hours. I know that I said, oh, I was going to use, oh, tour, wait, whose space are we touring? Elizabeth, I'm with you. Whose space? What's happening? What tour? I missed out on something, I think. I was going to use this, but I think I'm going to add this onto a larger... oh, you were talking about me. Oh, I see. A tour of my space. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that sometime. I will add it to my list of things. I will not give you a tour when it is this messy. I will, however, take a couple pictures for you guys really quick. Like, I'm gonna just take them right now so that you can see the mess that I'm dealing with. Stand by, I'm taking photos.
Yikes.
I know, it's bad. Roll that way a little. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Wait until you guys see this. Ugh. Don't tell them to shield my eyes. Their eyes. Yes, okay. I'm on the same page now. I will give you like a formal tour of my crafty space in a video, but for now, just so you can see the mess that we're all dealing with right now, and by we all, I mean me and Cody and the cats. Let me just give you guys a look into my space. I'm gonna put, I need something solid to put behind this so that it'll focus. Okay, that's where I'm sitting on that chair. And those, I know, Cody's always brutally honest about my mess. I'm trying to get this to focus. There we go. That's where I'm sitting, right there. That's what you guys are seeing. That's right behind me. All of this stuff is not, that printer's usually there, but everything else is not. And then this is looking, the cabinets that I just showed you are right here. And this is all piled, and then that's looking over my chair at all the stacks. That's all of it. It is quite the situation. It's commitment. It's commitment to the stream. I will gladly make this huge mess and then have to spend like an hour cleaning it up after so that we can have a fun stream. Okay, I'm thinking I want to use this fabric and maybe one. Oh, I love this one. Maybe that one? I'm kind of feeling that yellow. Yeah, it really is a crafter mouth. Also, I have things like stuck to my nails. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do a patterned paper, but like not a busy pattern. I'm pulling up, oh, it's heavy. I'm pulling up our big thing of paper again. And I'm thinking, ooh, that's a pretty paper. That would look nice with those. Let's see what our other options are. I love this ledger paper. This is ledger paper that I got from, I bought a huge stack of it from an antique mall. And it's seriously good quality paper. Like, this is thicker than my 32-pound paper. Numbers are fun. I'm gonna stick with the fabric and not the vellum. Oh, or there's this wood grain. I'm gonna pick between the two wood grain. Yeah, and the paper, when it starts, this is like a piece of it. It's really big ledger paper. Hardly fits in one of my drawers because it's so huge. Let's see. That's a little smaller. I'm gonna use this. Out of the way. I'm gonna use this sheet as a measurement. Okay, so both of these will work. I'm thinking. Oh, why am I holding that? I'm trying to figure out. I think I'm thinking this one, which is surprising to me. I think I like the lighter shades, so the colors will pop more. I love any office supply, clearly, because is the white balance messed up for you guys, or is it just messed up for me? Is that better? Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry. My pencil clip keeps breaking off, and I've glued it on so many times, but it's just really sad it doesn't have a clip anymore, I guess. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the paper to be a little bit bigger than the tag, so I guess I'll cut the tag down a bit. No, everyone did not leave. We still have 14 people here crafting with us, or at least watching us craft. People are probably just getting their craft on and are distracted. That happens a lot here. People get like really into what they're doing, I think, and then they go quiet for a little bit, which I am okay with. I understand the like being in the zone. I think I want to use a photo on this one, and I don't want to print a photo because that's a lot of work for this. So I'm gonna go into this thing and just try to find a photo to use. Ooh, that's a good photo. It's a little Instax photo of me on the cruise. Drea took this. We'll use that one. How dare them interrupt your crafting time. I'm trying to figure out where the end of this fabric is, and I think it's like in the center here, yes. I love that photo of me too. My personal photographer took it, so you know, they know my good sides, my good angles. I pay them the big bucks. Lots of tacos, lots of photos of them in exchange, you know, the most valuable goods. It was a good shot, and I wish I could say that I was like naturally sitting there and she just like quickly snapped this little unexpected photo of me, but we were in our cabin sitting in that window for like a good 30 minutes taking photos of each other. The sunlight was really nice, and it needed to be done. I like that. MVP. It was the best. And I do rip the fabric on purpose, and rather than cutting it. For once, it's not done out of laziness. I like the frayed edges, and it's easiest to get the frayed edges with minimal effort by ripping it. Good night, good night. Thank you for joining us here. It was so fun crafting with you. Yes, it is the best to use on layouts. It takes a little more patience with the gluing, the adhering, but I love the look. I love fabric like I love patterned paper, and so I always need an excuse to collect cute fabric. And my mom, well, my craftiness kind of started with sewing because my mom is a big sewer, so she's always telling me to do projects with my fabric, so I have an excuse to buy it. But I'm gonna be real. Sewing isn't, I can sew, like, it's not a matter of like I can't do it. It's just that in my mind it's a lot of work. Sewing is way more work than paper crafting to me. For my mom, it's really simple, and she like whips out something beautiful that looks store-bought in like 5 minutes, but it takes too much effort for me, so I decided to come up with another type of project to use my fabric on so that I still had an excuse to buy it, and that just happened to be my paper crafting. Yay! Okay, when you try it, be sure you share a photo with me on like Twitter or Instagram or something so that I can see. I bet it's gonna turn out so good. And feel free to share your photos with me of the stuff that you're working on tonight on Twitter and Instagram. It's like the most fun thing. After my streams, I go and like lay on the couch, or depending on how late it is, lay in bed, and I just go through all the photos that you guys tagged me in while I'm streaming, and I get to look at all the fun things that you were working on. I love it. It's the best like unwind after the stream. Yes, you do have to be precise with sewing. And I'm not really a precise kind of person. I don't have the patience to be precise. Uh-oh, is the can of worms me telling you to send me photos, or the can of worms me telling you to use fabric on your layouts? Either way, I support the opening of the can of worms. I stand by it. I'm thinking that. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, using fabrics? I don't like to measure either. Measuring is not fun. It's just... I like to steer clear of things like that. I don't remember. You can use Scotch Quick Dry adhesive on your fabric in your layouts, but I'm pretty sure I remember. I always forget. I have so many glues going on around here. Yes, buying fabric is like buying paper, which is why I had to come up with a way to use it so that I could justify buying it. This original tacky glue. Oh wait, sorry, autofocus is on. I bet that's extremely annoying for you. I'm so sorry. I hope your eyes weren't like destroyed staring at that. This tacky glue dries so quickly with fabric on paper. It's amazing. It takes all of the pain out of using fabric on your paper crafting projects. I usually put a huge glob like that, and then I just kind of spread it a little. And it does go through. Like when you go like, it'll go through. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry while I adhere the tag. I had a baby wipe around here and I lost it. Garage sales? Do you find fabric at garage sales? Really? If that's what you're referring to, I'm shocked. I've never found fabric at a garage sale. Although I haven't been to one in years because we live in an apartment complex in the middle of a city, so it's not really something people get to do around here. That would be a good find. Finding some, especially if it was like vintage fabric. These tags I got at, what is that? Soster Green? Why can't I pronounce that? Hold on, let me find it. Sostren Greens? Clearly. I don't know if you can read. There we go. Wait, it's not focusing. From this place when we were in Ireland, and I've been putting off using them because they feel all like special and I don't want to use them, even though that whole pack was from, it's from like a mini, I don't even know how to explain the store. It's one of the best stores ever. The whole pack was like, let me focus this, $1 or $2. Now it's not focusing, of course. There we go. But I still have been like hoarding them, so it's about time I started using them. Let me close this before it falls apart. Yeah, I get a lot of my fabric. We have a Beverly's. It's like a little craft store, and they have like their sale fabric. I get a lot of fabric from the sale section. It's just like your standard like cheap cotton fabric with patterns, or sometimes it's non-patterned, but for the price you really can't beat it. I also love buying fat quarters, because you really don't need like a full yard of fabric for use in your paper crafting projects. And so that's a really great way to not spend a ton, but to be able to get a bunch of different options. That'll work. Okay, so that's not a dumb question at all. I have no idea if fabric is acid free or not. I'm sure you could find like an acid free fabric. I don't know. If somebody knows more about fabric than me, feel free to jump in. I don't know if fabric is like non-acidic, acid free, whatever you want to call it, just because it's fabric. I have no idea. In my crafting, I use pretty much anything, mainly because I really enjoy the process. And if the things I create don't last 150 years, I'm okay with that. Or if they start to turn colors or look a little funky, I don't mind. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's not something that I really that bothers me. But if you are someone that scrapbooks strictly with acid-free products, you may want to look into that more to see if it is. Yeah, it's a hard mindset to get into. Like, you put in so much work to make something, and then to think like it may not last is kind of sucky, especially if it's something that you're trying to like document your stories for your family and stuff. I try to use things like pens and stuff. I try to keep to acid free. That way I know that like my writing on the project will always be there, and maybe like the page will turn yellow or something if I use fabric that isn't acid free. So like the rest of the page may look kind of funky because the fabric or the whatever I was using wasn't acid free, but at least the writing, the story will still be there. And so that's how I try to think of it. I think I want to back this with something. Yeah, I understand. Oh, of course. Happy to help. I'm gonna go with that. I'm going to use this double-sided tape to adhere this. I don't want to use the liquid glue on it because it is really thin. This is like a vintage receipt pad. So I don't really want to use the glue because I think it will go straight through the paper. Yay! Yes, please share photos of your fabric adventures. And thank you for coming to craft with us. I will chat with you tomorrow on Instagram. Good night. Yes, I'm a little bit behind on sharing just because I haven't done a batch of photos yet of my most recent projects, but yes, I do share on Instagram. If not in the feed, then in my stories, so just keep an eye out there and you'll be able to see it. Good night, good night. Thanks for joining. I know it's getting up there for me too. And by up there, I mean late. Is it really only 9:30? Oh my gosh. I thought it was like 10:30. Oh yeah, East Coast time. And then maybe like a tag. Ooh, it's getting good. It's getting really good. Oh, Michigan. Yep, you guys are ahead of us. Although I still feel like it's 12:27. Let's see, other label, or I mean tabs. I think I called that a label, but I meant tab. The excitement took over. I was thinking about finding a different color tab, but maybe you're right. Maybe I should stick with that one. That one blends in. This one's gonna blend in. This one, the best part will be hidden because I like those numbers. The blue, no. The honeys. The honeys are kind of cute. I can't decide. The teal one. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with the teal. I think. I don't know. Why is it so difficult for me? I like the pop of color that the teal gives, but I also kind of like the minimal color palette with the honeys. I think I'm gonna go with the honeys actually. I was sold on the teal until this. Everybody's saying teal. Yeah, teal? Maybe it looks different on camera. Maybe I'm too close to it. Let me look in the screen. Okay, I'll go with the teal. Yeah, I have difficulty committing to things on my layouts. They just... Look, everyone's saying teal. Holy cow. Okay, teal, you win. I trust you guys' judgment on this. That's why I have you here, right? So you can tell me when I'm not doing something that I should be. Okay, where are my tweezers? Ah! I can't get the backing off of this because I overlapped the pieces of tape. Oh well, it'll work. I'm gonna do it intentionally crooked. So if you see that and you're like, why is it so crooked? It's intentional, don't worry. I still want something behind this photo. Maybe it doesn't need something. I do have the Instax printer, and I do think it's worth it. Out of your groove. Oh, I get that. After 2 years, I can't even imagine. I get out of my groove after like 2 days. Pamela, yes, I have the Instax printer and I have the Polaroid Zip. I know that you had the Polaroid Zip and you weren't a fan. The Instax printer is amazing. 100% worth it. Yes, this picture was printed on the Instax. The colors are very true to color. This is exactly what the photo looked like on my phone. I recommend it 100%. Maybe it doesn't need anything behind it. I think I'm gonna not put anything behind it, and then I'm going to use some embellishments around it. Oh, that's right. You had the HP and returned it and got the Canon IV. Did you end up liking the Canon IV? I have a Polaroid Zip. A lot of people complain because the quality isn't great, and it's true. The quality is not great. Quality as in print quality. The colors are really off, but I use it when I'm traveling, and I just use it knowing that the photos are going to be not correct in color, and it actually doesn't bother me. It prints so small, and I'm just using it to document the memory that it doesn't bother me. But the Instax printer is very true to color. It's great. At home, when I print my photos, I print them on a Canon, what is that? Canon Pixma? Selfie. Pixma is like my full-size printer. My photo printer is a Canon Selfie. I don't like the quality of the Canon Selfie photos. Wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I'm glad that you like it better than the HP. Okay, I'm gonna punch holes in this, and then I'm gonna embellish around the photo because it needs some small details. I think it's the Instax 2. It's this one. Is this the 2? Does it say on there? No. Yeah. Instax Share SP2. The 3 only prints square photos, and I like the rectangle. I know Kara Lee has the 3 that prints square photos, and she said that it's just as good quality as the 2, that she really likes it. I'm pretty sure that's what she told me. So if you prefer square to rectangle, you may want to go with the 3. The 3 that prints the square photos is on sale, or the one that I have? Yeah, I prefer the rectangle also. The 2 is on sale. Oh, good. For the label, I'm going to use another stamp because that's an easy way to fill things in and get the point across. I'm going to use the word captured. Hi! Okay, I've been meaning to ask you for so long. Is it Carrie or is it Kari? I'm assuming it's Carrie, but it could be Kari. I don't know. But every time I see you on Insta or talk to you on Insta, I'm like, I wonder how to pronounce her name. I don't want to ever pronounce it wrong, but I am notorious for pronouncing names wrong. And I hate it because everyone pronounces my name wrong, so I should know better, but... And you should get an Instax printer. It suits your aesthetic so much. You would love it. And it would look so good in one of your layouts, like with your stamping and stuff. Ooh, I can picture it now. If you can't tell, I am a super fan of your layouts. They are beautiful. Carrie. Okay, good. I was pronouncing it right then. Just wanted to double check before I go like chatting at you and I'm just calling you a completely wrong name. Also, I like your phonetic spelling. Carrie. Her name is the same on Insta as it is here, so you should go find her. You can see why I'm so obsessed. I'm pulling out these little word strip stickers. Also, I hope you're feeling better, Carrie. I'm sorry, but I'm not truly sorry to have made you nervous blush. This page is kind of warped because of my glue. Ugh. Being sick is the worst. But I'm glad that you have found something that you're able to do so it's not like the worst where you can't do anything, because that's miserable. Okay. I think I'm going to use this guy. Right there, maybe? How do we feel about that? I feel like it looks okay, but I can't tell. I've either been crafting for so long, or I've been staring at this layout for too long. I don't know. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. So many good word strips in this. My mom swears by emergency. For as long as I can remember, every time we even start to feel any sort of sickness, she's like throwing emergency at us. Luckily now I have an excuse. I don't doubt that it works really well for some people. I don't want to be like, it doesn't work. But for me personally, it doesn't work that well. But I can't do citrus now because of my autoimmune disease, so I skip out on the emergency. Very rarely will I drink one, like if I'm desperate, but Pook, you swear by emergency now too, don't you? That's what you're talking about, huh? Oh no, a lot of people I know swear by it, so don't feel bad. Like, most people I know swear by it. I think Cody even really likes using it. I'm just one of the weirdos. Oh my gosh, you weirdo, but you love orange juice, don't you? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure don't you love orange juice? That's probably why you like emergency. It just tastes like bubbly orange juice. Ooh, the raspberry one is so bad. If I have to use emergency, I will drink the tangerine one or the citrus. I don't know. It's just like the standard orange.
that raspberry one, oh man, I don't blame you. It's so bad. Watch as I say that, someone else in here is going to be like, the raspberry's my favorite, and I just insulted everyone. Let's see. Okay, I'm sticking this down because I'm tired of second guessing of whether or not it works. Where's my, there it is. Okay, see, everyone thinks the raspberry one is nasty. I'm just now seeing this, Carrie. 6 spreads of photos. That's a lot. I really need to catch up on printing my photos. I'm behind because I hate printing photos. It's just so long and tedious. Don't you share some photos on your craft account? Or do I follow both of your accounts? I can't keep up these days. I'm one of those people that's like, oh, I'm like talking to someone and then they're like, no, yeah, we were talking about this on Instagram. And I'm like, because I don't realize that I know that person because I didn't associate like their real name with their Instagram name. So I think that they're just 2 different people, which is actually what most people thought when my Instagram name was Nudoso. Most people didn't know that Susanna was Nudoso. They thought they were just 2 different people. So now I'm wondering if I follow both of your accounts or if I just follow your crafting account. So what is your personal, or your, not personal, but like your photography, whatever you call it, your second account? What is the name of that one? Yeah, I know. A lot of people got confused. I tried to make it as... What are you... I'm receiving photos. Ash, what is this photo? Oh, I just thumbs it down, whatever it was. That was an accident. I don't know where my phone is. Oh, it's right here. I didn't mean to thumbs that down. What is it? Let's see. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Ugh. Emergency. Gross. Oh, I think I follow both of your accounts then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do because I recognize both of those names as things that I see popping up. Half the time I find out that
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm following so and so on Instagram, and then I go look and I'm not even following them. I just go and stalk their photos, and I just never even realize that I'm not actually following them. I look at their photos so much, I just think that I think I'm following them. Or sometimes I'll be convinced I'm following someone, and I'm following them on the Creatives Club account and not my own account. It's a confusing situation. Thinking this is almost done. I'm probably gonna put the date in there. Let's see, just making sure there's nothing else that I want to throw on there. I don't think so. I think I just need to add the date, but that requires me to know what that date was, which is the hardest thing for me when it comes to layouts. I know it was October, but I don't know. I think it was this day. Yes. October 22nd. Big tags are my favorite. Wait, what did I say? 22nd?
I think we need to turn down the severity of your bot.
Why?
It just blocked that message. Because she said strippers. We should look at that.
We should. Well, we're gonna check out the severity of that bot. It was the purpose of the bot was to keep the Bob demanders.
You haven't gotten any Bob demanders.
I haven't gotten any Bob demanders, but it was to keep those people away.
It's punishing people who want to talk about nudes and strippers now.
My kind of people. 10/22. There are so many words. I don't know all the words that get blocked, actually. I probably should.
They don't give you the list of them.
Oh, they don't give us the list.
They just say what kind of speech gets banned, and you can set it based on different, like sexual or like racism, or there's different like categories.
So right now we
set the
probably have them
severity.
all checked, I'm assuming.
It's just the default, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So colorful. I did not make these word strips. These are from the Reset Girl Friday collection. They're part of the printable sheet, and then you just cut them apart. So you can cut them to like whatever thickness you prefer. Haha, they can't get you if you just use a bunch of symbols. We have learned a way around the bot. We're gonna start typing send nudes, but instead of the O's, it'll be like stars. What was I doing? Oh, I was finding a pen. Yes, I am a big fan of printable goods. They just make things so easy. Whoa. I just drew on my desk. There you go. You could use zeros. I thought about that, and then I was like, maybe they're clever enough to block that, knowing that people would replace the O's with zeros. Who knows? Who knows until we try. bot, is that you allowing people to say things, or have you turned the bot down?
No, I allowed that one again.
Oh, okay.
We have to. Yeah, I can try to turn the bot down right now. Actually, let's see.
The stream manager is looking out for us, allowing us to say our colorful
Your
words.
stuff is in the way.
I know.
Let's see. Moderation.
It's like Crafty Ladies Gone Wild. You missed us joking about the ways to get around the bot that keeps blocking everyone's words.
Oh, sexual content is on most filtering right now. What should we change it to?
You can turn it down. You usually have the chat open anyway, so if anybody is like creepily asking for bobs and nudes rather than jokingly asking for bobs and nudes, then I think you would be able to catch that. But keep like...
Yeah, I'll leave the rest like they are.
Okay. Yeah, the discrimination, we need some filtering. We don't want people being rude.
I mean, we can explicitly see it gets added. I'm just gonna delete them. Someone type nudes.
Wait a minute, we should miss some stuff. I downloaded the app and tuned in. Yes, I am glad you downloaded the app and tuned in also. That line worked because Cody allowed it to work. Is that what you're talking about, Ash?
Oh yeah, that last one. Yeah, I allowed that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
on Wednesday, yeah. Cody told me after the stream, he was like, we're getting all sorts of nudes in here.
No, I had to allow those.
Oh.
It might take a minute or something.
Yeah, Cody was telling me that your comment got blocked on Wednesday. Oh, the straight lines that I drew. Yeah, those ones were not like crazy lines like they normally are. Is that what you're referring to? Because the other day when I was talking about how I can't draw crooked lines very well, that's going to be the new hashtag of my stream. Crafty Girls Gone Wild. Oh, by the way,
don't do that because then we're gonna have to turn on 18+ mode for your stream.
No, that's not the hashtag. But what I was gonna say is, by the way, we do have a stream hashtag. It's MIM for Made in Mojave. MIM Crafty Stream. So if you share photos, use the hashtag. I am going to add the hashtag to like our top bar up here where it says "Hey Crafty Pals." I'm gonna add the hashtag up there so that you guys will remember, and because I know I'll forget to keep reminding everyone. But that way we can all look at each other's photos and have like our little community on Instagram as well. Thanks, Ash. I like those lines too. I think they really completed it. They like pulled it all together. Carrie, I thought the same thing. All we had to ask was for somebody to type it, and we got all the variations of it. Okay, let me turn on autofocus so that it'll focus when I get up close. I'm gonna grab a piece of paper to put behind this. I'm learning the tricks to get this thing to focus. I think it's focused anyway. There is the finished layout. I don't know. The white balance is funky. There you go. That's what it actually looks like. Yes. Yeah, share photos of the jewelry and use the hashtag so that I can go stalk the hashtag and see what everybody's been up to. Thank you. I love it too. It turned out really good. This one's your fave so far? Just because the photo? I know you love that photo, Pook. Is that the reason it's your fave, or is it like the layout as a whole? Let's see. Where should we put this one? The hashtag is MIM for Made in Mojave, MIM Crafty Stream. If you go to my most recent photo on my Insta, I use the hashtag. Oh, all of it. Yeah, I like it too. It came together really nicely. Good call on your guys' part on the teal tab. Ooh. Just go ahead and let them know they can come over and drop some off at my house too, if they feel the need to. I mean, I'm not gonna deny them. Instax is on sale. Thank you, Drea, for putting the hashtag in there. And yes, the teal was the way to go. The Instax is on sale. Pamela would be able to tell you where she was looking at it on sale. I like the SP2. It's the one that prints rectangular instead of square. So I recommend the SP2. But Pamela would have to tell you where it was on sale. Let's see. This is I call it my junk journal. It's not like super like junk journaling where I use a bunch of like, there's like an extreme side of junk journaling where I can use like mail and things that like are truly like you would consider junk and then turn them into something nice, which I think is how junk journaling started. This is kind of like my catch-all journal, so it's what I call my junk journal because I use like a bunch of random things, but it's not chronological, it's not specific dates or trips or anything like that. It's kind of just like a free play album. There you go. It's on sale, Best Buy. Thanks, Pamela. Yeah, so this is just kind of like my free play, catch all, having fun, not worrying about anything type of album. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put it, and I'm thinking toward the back because I have a lot of like yellows and pinks towards the front, and then this half, I don't know, I just lost my train of thought. This half has a lot of, words are hard, you know, a lot of like purples, blues, and greens. Yeah, basically anything I want. Thank you. I could have said that a lot simpler, but it's late and my brain is not functioning properly. Yes, that's very true. We have friends all over the world, actually. I'm thinking though it needs the tag needs a string before I finish it out. I'm going to grab, let's see, what color would go well. I'm thinking no. I think I'm just going to keep it simple and go with twine. Which I'm trying to grab, but it's not. The black is kind of harsh. I could go with Good Night, Drea. I'm gonna go with the black. I like the black better also. Good night. Gross for cleaning. Ugh. I have to clean after stream, so. I think I cut that too short. No, that'll work. And then I'm going to add a a staple, and I feel like I need a staple somewhere else now because gotta tie it together. There. I like it. Oh, it looks good. Alrighty, there is the finished layout after I added twine at the top. And there was the first one in case you guys missed it. Alrighty, friends, I am pooped. I think that finishes things off for tonight's stream. Thank you guys so much for coming to craft with me. As always, I love chatting with you and getting crafty and just having fun and laughing. Be sure to follow along over on Instagram and Twitter. That's where I announce the stream times and also share photos of like what I created and things like that. And then make sure you're following here on Twitch as well. It does help out my channel so that other crafters can find our community, but then it also gives you a notification whenever I go live so that you don't miss any of the streams. And yeah, again, don't forget to share using the hashtag #MIMCraftyStream so that I can see what you guys created tonight. And I will talk to you guys over on Instagram. Oh, how do you follow on here? There should be a little follow button when you're on my profile, my Maiden Mojave profile.
On the top to the left of the chat.
It's up at the top to the left of the chat. Above what?
Above the video.
Above the video. Let me know if you don't find it. Send me a message on Instagram if you can't find it, and I will send you a screenshot to help out. Okay, thank you guys. I will see you later. Bye.